The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll and you may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to our House Chaplain. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Toplicker.
Shall we pray? Almighty God, we come before you today in awe of your mercies and the blessings that you give to us each day. As our leaders continue in the responsibilities before them, may they commit the work of their hands and their minds to you. We ask for your guidance and strength for them. Establish their plans that in everything they do, they would reflect and affect your purpose. And may all that is said and accomplished bring glory and honor to you alone. In Christ's name I pray, amen.
Have all members had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill number 2533 by the Committee on Redistricting, an act concerning reapportionment relating to congressional districts, provided for the reapportionment thereof. House Bill number 2534 by the Committee on Redistricting, an act concerning reapportionment relating to congressional districts, providing for reapportionment thereof. House Bill number 2535 by Representatives Fairchild, Murphy, and others, an act concerning federal COVID-19 vaccine requirements, enacting the Individual Liberty Preservation Act, nullifying certain federal COVID-19 vaccine requirements, prohibiting enforcement of such requirements, and providing criminal penalties for violations. House Bill number 2536 by Representatives Lynn and Hoheisel, an act concerning sexual assault relating to rights of survivors, providing survivors the right to consult with a sexual assault counselor, requiring notice to survivors of certain. House Bill number 2537 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the Insurance Department, relating to the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act, requiring a hearing at the request of any person subject to an order. House Bill number 2538 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to preliminary hearings, modifying the time requirement in which to hold a preliminary hearing, authorizing hearsay testimony to be admitted, testimony two-way electronic audio-video communication device. House Bill number 2539 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, criminal procedure, creating the crime of violence in the presence of a child and providing criminal penalties for violation thereof. House Bill number 2540 by Representative Dodson, Alcala, and others, an act authorizing the construction of a permanent memorial honoring Kansas Gold Star families in the state capitol grounds, establishing Kansas Gold Star Family Memorial Fund. House Bill number 2541 by the Committee on Appropriations, an act concerning the judicial branch relating to docket fees, marriage license fees, and driver's license reinstatement fees, crediting the fees to the state general fund.
Introduction of the written motions and House resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Resolution number 6022 by Representative Lynn Arnberger and others, a resolution honoring pregnancy maintenance resource centers in Kansas and across the United States.
On H.R. 6022, the chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Resolution 6022 honors the work and support that pregnancy maintenance centers offer to women, men, children, and their families throughout Kansas. Pregnancy is a life-changing moment for a woman. From that first feeling of excitement and anxiety and trying to understand what one pink line or two pink lines or two blue lines mean on a home pregnancy test, to the shock of unbelief, and then the realization that is joined by laughter or tears, and then the overwhelming sense of, well, now what? A feeling many of us in this chamber know firsthand. Personally, I researched human development for years, and even I was afraid about how my child could ever be born healthy, and how in the world would I ever do it right. It's easy for women to struggle to find resources and support to help them know where to turn, what to do, what to expect. Pregnancy maintenance centers provide that network of support. We know how important maternal health is for both mother and child. Pregnancy maintenance centers aim to help women, men, family, and friends who find themselves with an unplanned pregnancy. Not only do they include pregnancy testing and medical referrals, but they also provide STI testing and treatment, ultrasounds, information regarding adoption, infant loss support, referrals for rape and domestic abuse, emotional support, and men's peer support. They provide pregnancy education services, including childbirth and parenting classes, as well as community resource referrals and maternity and infant clothing. As a mother to 3 wonderful children, I have had help and support that many Kansas women do not. I can't imagine going through a pregnancy without that. Our communities are best served when we have access to these complete supports, honoring both the dignity of women and pregnancy and understanding how it impacts our lives. So in honor of these centers and the help they provide, I hope you will stand with me and support this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution 6022, and I request my words to be spread across the journal.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. So ordered, the words will be spread across the journal. The Speaker recognizes the majority leader for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Barker to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, committee. First order of business today will be substitute for Senate Bill 355. For that purpose, the chair recognizes Representative Croft as the carrier of the bill. I've got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today carrying substitute for Senate Bill 355. Real quick, I want to just set the strategic environment. The 2020 census established that Kansas has a population of 2,937,880, which is a growth of 84,000, a little more than 84,000 or 3%. What that really means is we have 4 districts, that's 734,470 population per district. Constitution says we're going to do that every 10 years, but also the Supreme Court has established that the deviation should be 0. Again, this is a math problem. Let's look at the numbers real quick in there. So again, the 4th district has to grow 2,656. The 3rd had to lose 57,000 plus. The 2nd had to grow more than 21,000, and the 1st had to grow more than 33,000. Again, so our task is to draw 4 districts, congressional districts, equal in population for a 0% deviation. And that's a 0-person deviation. Our solution is Ad Astra 2. The underlying map of Ad Astra 1 was physically drawn by the legislative staff and leadership staff under the advisement of Senator Wilburn and myself. The map was created through the engagement of a lot of people. The Ad Astra 2 map, which is this one, was drawn by leadership staff in the Senate underneath the direction of Senator Wilburn, and we'll dig into that right now. But again, the core of this thing, it's a math problem. The fourth was fairly easy with only the 2,656 to add, but it was the third that created the initial challenge of losing 57,816. So we heard a lot to keep Wyandotte and Johnson together, but with the census numbers of 2020, that's an impossibility. We can't do that. So we looked at it from the perspective of Johnson County being the largest county, and historically Johnson County has never been split. Hence the decision made to not split Johnson County. As a result of that, you had to then split Wyandotte County, choosing to split it along the transportation corridor of I-70 and the Kansas River. Once that was made, it was to look south and look for the other traditionals like Anderson, Franklin, and Miami, where we were able to use those populations to get the exact number we needed. In the first, being a Western, needed to grow 33,000. Again, the most logical place was to look at your population centers. Shawnee County traditionally being part of second, then left us the next logical to go to Lawrence and add that into the congressional district. What the nice thing was that it put two of our research universities in the same congressional district. We did hear a desire for in Manhattan. And then you have the second district, because the second district lost population with Douglas and gained in Wyandotte through that whole process. We had to keep working. We added in then Gary, Wabaunsee, Morris, Chase, and Lyon, and Marion counties. What this also does, though, and it's unique, is it places Fort Leavenworth, Fort Riley, and Forbes within the same congressional district. It places the majority of our military capability in this state in one district, which is very important as we're about to face pending base realignment and closure. This actually will give us a greater capability to place a member on that commission, which I believe is very important. The process, was very long. We did start last fall. Actually, it's been started for over a year with the research, going through training and doing all the stuff they did. And then we went through the listening tours, and those of you who went with us, thank you very much for being part of that. We had 14 listening events at different cities in a week, and then we did round two, where we had 11 more cities set up. So that's 25 cities in total. And then we had 4 virtuals. They were done in the evening hours as requested through the process. Between those meetings, I know many of you have had others, and all that input came in, and I appreciate that. We had established a redistricting email account. We're still getting emails. It's still going to be open. It's open 24/7. And so I appreciate the fact that we're getting that. Then when we got here for session, we began the process asking everybody to introduce the maps that they've been working on all fall. And we got 4 maps right away. We've heard all those maps. I did find that there was a delay in getting some of the data posted. And so I delayed the hearings to allow the public more time. So I left it open for longer. Sorry, that's what I should say. Left it open for longer for the public to give more input. We did that. We then, yesterday, voted out Ad Astra 2 favorably. I did ask our ranking to present his substitute motion to debate Buffalo 2, which was done, and that was defeated in committee. Mr. Chairman, with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you. Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Representative Burrows.
Well, good morning, colleagues. This is an issue many of you have been waiting on, and the majority of the people of Kansas will be listening today. So we're about to make some history today. Let's hope it's for the right reasons. And I want to compliment the chairman for articulating the numbers, the schedule, and the process that we as a committee have worked on. And I do appreciate the fact that as the ranking member, I was allowed to introduce a map yesterday, and we're going to have that discussion as we go along today. But it was stated that we had 14 town halls. We did do just that, but without data, without maps, and most conferees were held 3 to 5 minutes max. Now, some counties really turned out. Some had a few. Then we came back, and because of the public's input, we scheduled additional hearings, and those hearings were virtual. And I will share with you, all of us have become somewhat Zoom experts and involved with Zoom, love it or hate it, that's part of our world right now. But a majority of the public have broadband issues in some of our more challenged areas. So when I was listening to testimony, like a broken phone call, it was hard to follow testimony. Some did not get a chance to testify because of the IT issues that we faced. Now, I don't know if that's, excuse me, I don't know if that's fair and transparent, but it was the case. So I want to talk about the process that we went through 10 years ago. We spent a tremendous amount of time and energy and effort to draw maps last redistricting, mandated by the census. And in doing so, we had what we have today, a broad difference of opinion, even to the extent that we had a year prior to this one to work on maps because we were able to collectively get down and get the information. Well, COVID and the pandemic stopped some of that, slowed down the process. So here we are behind the curve, way behind the curve. So the chairman, in all fairness to my friend and chairman, we have communicated collectively together to try to stay abreast of when we're going to get the data. When are we going to get the data we can start working on? When are we going to get our computers? When will the software be loaded? That should have occurred last summer, but again, affected by the pandemic. So you might ask, well, why is he even bringing that up? Because now we're being rushed. Because see, we have to be done with this process by the end of session. And we haven't even started on our individual districts yet to really have those discussions. And we will be visiting with almost each and every one of you that allow yourselves to have a minority individual come into your office and talk to you, a member of the minority party, because I'm interested in your district as well as I'm interested in mine, because we're in this collectively together. And last redistricting, that was not the case. We found ourselves at odds. We found ourselves to the point that we couldn't even have proper discussions, and we were faced with a timeline that ended up putting these maps in court. And the courts drew the last maps. So these federal maps and the House maps that will be coming forward are maps that are constitutional and have been reviewed by judicial body. Those decisions were made 10 years ago. And the same guidelines that applied then apply today, because we've adopted, as the rules of the committee, those same guidelines. 5% variance for House and Senate, 0% deviation for congressional. There's a lot of confusion as to even what happens with this process. And I think that confusion comes from the lack of some transparency and education of the process. See, we haven't had a chance to even review this map because this map is out of the Senate, and their map did not come through our committee. It came out of their chamber directly to this floor. Now, there will be a comment that ad astra 2 in our committee that we worked on yesterday that the chairman so eloquently stated here at the podium is the same identical map. Well, it may very well be. It may very well be, but in all fairness and respect for the process and respect to the public, we should have had a chance to review that map. So testimony could have been given, because the testimony that was given in reference to these two maps ad astra were scheduled at the same time. So if you wanted to give testimony to ad astra 2 in the House Redistricting Committee, you had to try to conflict with the schedule that was set in the Senate to get your testimony submitted. Now, you can submit it in written form, but I say in written form, at times the emotion, the passion, the sincerity, the love of community is missed. So that's just a little broad overview as to where we are today, but I would question why we feel that in a majority of the town hall meetings, even down south in the 1st Congressional District, the residents of the 1st Congressional District clearly indicated and stated they wanted to keep the 3rd Congressional District together in a metropolitan area. They wanted to see Johnson and Wyandotte together because of the common borders, the common interests that they shared, the economic prowess that they have collectively engaged in over the last 10, 20 years. And I believe that's assisted in the rural movement to the urban core. People want access to quality health care. People want access to high-paying jobs. People want access to affordable housing. They want access to those things that they want to have in their lives, whether it be recreation, whether it be dinner at a nice restaurant that is affluent in areas that are heavily metropolitan-wide. And this map, ad astra 2, disenfranchises one of those communities that is part of that 3rd Congressional District. And that happens to be my community, Wyandotte County. Now, I remember standing before this body 24 years ago, asking for this body to give Wyandotte County an opportunity to demonstrate to you that we can be an economic engine in the state of Kansas. It was a little project called Star Bonds. We were not an affluent county. We were struggling. We were the social dumping ground of the state, to where everything that nobody else wanted, we took because our community needed some kind of economy that was reflective of just trying to get by. Well, you know, this body supported that, and I made the comment on this House floor that give us a hand up, and we'll show you that we can lift ourselves up by our bootstraps and contribute to the economy of the great state of Kansas. And that's exactly what we've done by partnering with our Johnson County delegation and our Johnson County community, our Johnson County business leaders, our Johnson County home builders, our Johnson County business owners, our Johnson County chambers. And today, we're in a discussion to separate these two communities. I guess the question I have, Mr. Chairman, if I may, is what this new map does to the minority voices in Wyandotte County that have been loyal members of the Wyandotte County community and a participant and partner in the economic prowess in the northeast part of the state. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to ask that you answer how this affects the minority voices in Wyandotte County.
I want to, again, thank my ranking member from Kansas City. Appreciate all the support through the whole process. To answer specifically the question, so as you mentioned, what is the impact? So what this does is it increases the minority voting strength in the 2nd district more than it does reduce the minority voting strength in the 3rd congressional. Just as an example, for the black population, the 2nd district goes from 4.6% to 8.6%. That's 4% growth. Just this simple math. The 3rd district, 8% goes down to 4.2, which is decrease of 3.2%. Hispanic population is very similar, where it increases 5.6 in the second and decreases 4.0. So that's the impact.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your willingness to answer that question because I think it's an important question. It does enhance somewhat the voices within the 2nd Congressional District for the minority population. But I know what it does to the minority district in Wyandotte County. You just heard it. It impacts the minority voice by nearly 40 to 50% in the 3rd Congressional District. If I look at the rules that was set forward by the committee, that was adopted by the full committee, I believe the rules speak to that. And bear with me here, we're all carrying a bunch of papers. But if I remember correctly, in the rules, it talks about keeping communities of interest together and keep them as contiguous as possible. And one of those communities of interest is the ethnic makeup of a community. Now, those of you that have not come to Wyandotte County, I'd encourage you to do so. We're a proud community, and we're a community that loves to have you visit. But, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I will share with you that when you start dividing the voices of a diverse community such as Wyandotte County, the 2nd most diverse county, not only in the state, but quite possibly the nation. See, we embrace that diversity. We can fight amongst ourselves like brothers and sisters do, but we're still family in Wyandotte County. And when you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. And I believe that that tells you the strength of community in such a diverse environment as Wyandotte County has. And to take and put us into a congressional district that only needs to bump up their diversity for the sake of watering down a ethnic community that is diverse as Wyandotte County is shameful. Shameful. People of color deserve to have a voice. Whether some like it and some don't. But they deserve to have their voice heard. They deserve to elect people that they want to represent them. Not have to support someone that others want to have them be represented by. It's important that we remember that because all throughout these tours, that was the issue. That was the issue. And I commend a majority of my colleagues from Johnson County to recognize the value in that diversity, the value of that long-term relationship that was established 10 years ago, 20 years ago, right here in this chamber. And today, we're taking the steps in attempting to divide these two communities that have grown together, collectively together, in the last 10 years. That didn't happen by mistake. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for questions, should there be any questions.
Thank you. Anyone further wishes to speak to the bill? Representative Hubert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to talk about the process from a little different perspective. This is my third time through the process. I know my colleague, Minority Leader, he's done it more than me. You know, he made a comment that I'm going to challenge a little bit. And the reason why is because this process is a political process. A lot of people say, well, it needs to not be. That's just not true. Everything that we do is a political process. What is politics? You go down and read the little sign down there in the basement. All power is inherent in the people. That means the people that we represent. We have colleagues and constituents and interest groups that live in our districts. And it's our job, each one of you and me, to represent our constituents in this process. You know, there was the challenge to the map we're looking at. You know, he said it was the kind of the most egregious map he'd ever seen. Gerrymandering, partisan politics, all those different things that are being discussed and talked about right now are just things that happen, they always have, and they always will. 10 years ago, I was here, we passed maps. We went through the process. We listened to our constituents and we let the power that's inherent in our people, our constituents, be a part of the process of drawing maps. There were those in the Senate and the leadership that did not want that process to be completed because they knew they couldn't get what they wanted. So they intentionally threw it into a stalemate in order to force the courts to draw the lines. That's not all power inherent in the people. And if you want to talk about something that's very egregious, that shouldn't have happened, that's it. We're all living under lines drawn by the courts. That's not the way it's supposed to happen. We're doing it the right way. You might not like individual pieces of this map or things that my former colleague was talking about. You know, I know I have a friend that served in this chamber who went on and served as a congressman from Johnson County. Good guy. He was a good congressman. When the courts drew the lines, if you don't believe there was gerrymandering going on to impact that district, you're fooling yourselves. It was drawn in a way, I guess you could give the benefit of the doubt to say, to make that district more competitive for a challenger. And ultimately, that succeeded in him being defeated. For those who talk about drawing lines that keep the core of Kansas City together, what they're talking about is drawing a district to benefit the incumbent. You know, and it's okay to argue and say that's the right way to do it, but let's don't deny the fact that that's just pot calling kettle black. Is there hypocrisy in politics? I can tell you that, yes, even I have engaged in hypocrisy in my life, and it happens. It's a part of the process as we work together to try to do the best that we can do to represent our constituents. You know, the map that we have before us, when you take away all that we're doing, the best you can hope for is that it at least is somewhat fair. And I can look at the maps and look at even in the district in question, and all four of the congressional districts that are in play for the incumbents, they're all in their districts, and they all would have won their districts in the new lines that are drawn in this map right now. So it's competitive for all the incumbents. They all have an equal chance with the new lines to go and win the seats that they won in 2020. You know, why am I talking so much about politics? I understand right now that we live in a divided country. My constituents are not happy with where we're at in our country right now. They look at President Biden, they're not happy. You know, and I think you all recognize that the 22 election is going to be influenced by that. And, you know, as a Republican, I'm encouraged by that. Some of you on this side, maybe not so much. But that's the swings of politics, even with what happened 10 years ago. And my constituents, when they say what's their number one concern and what's their problem with what's going on in D.C., they don't like what's happening in Congress to the sense of Nancy Pelosi, how she runs that chamber, and they say, what can be done to change that? You know, that's the interest that goes on when we're talking with our constituents, when we say, are we listening to the people that we're supposed to listen to? There's a lot of special interest groups out there. There's a lot of noise that wants to influence the process. At the end of the day, You're responsible to your constituents to listen to them and vote in a way that represents them. Bottom line. And here's a news flash: if you don't do that, your chances of staying in office will go down greatly. You know, I've been here for 22 years, and I take that responsibility very seriously to listen to my constituents, even those that don't always agree with me, because it's my job to represent them. And it's your job to represent your constituents. I wasn't here yesterday. I did follow it online, the discussion. You know, there's a lot still left to do. The map before us, as we kick it out and send it to the governor, there is a very good chance that the governor might veto it. And that's a part of the process, and two, because we have checks and balances in place. That's the genius of our government, both at the national level and the state level. I believe we can defend what we've done in a way that we can show it followed the process and that it is fair in a way that we can defend. I would encourage my colleagues over here, you know, you can vote for this in a way that you will be able to tell your constituents you've done what they've asked you to do. For you over here that says, well, that's not fair, that's the way it works. You know, and I probably talk too much. I know we all have 130 committees. I have a hearing today on a bill I care a lot about, so I'm going to wrap up my comments just to say there's nothing new under the sun. What we're doing has been done before and will be done again. And for those of you who think that for Republicans and what's doing that somehow it's unique, go look at the Democratic states where they have control and look at maps that are getting drawn, and then tell me you have a problem with Kansas. But I guarantee you that what's happening here is in no way comparison to some of the things that I've seen in other states, where that type of partisanship gets to the point where, you know, it goes above and beyond what it should. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I do support this bill, and I would encourage you to listen to your constituents. Some of you will vote no for that very reason, and I respect that. We will continue the process. We will draw lines, but above all, we need to do this through the legislative process and not through the courts, because that was intentional, it was done with a purpose, and it was wrong, and we cannot let that happen again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Chair recognizes Representative Poskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Body, I represent House District 20 in Leawood and Overland Park, a most purple district and certainly no denizen of the left. We will be told today that the Ad Astra 2 map is a result of constituent input from across the state over 14 listening sessions. Perhaps you were allowed to speak at a session near you, but I was told that as a legislator I could not participate in the August 12th, 2021 session in Johnson County. But I was there in person, and I'm here today to make sure you know what nearly every single person said in the full capacity crowd. Do not break up the 3rd Congressional District. Keep the core of Johnson and Wyandotte counties together. Clearly, Ad Astra fails to do so. I stand before you today not a single voice, but 8,249 voices from House District 20 alone that sent me to be their voice here in Topeka. 8,249 voices in House District 20 want me to reiterate their desire to keep the core of CD3 together. Combine these 8,249 voices speaking through me today with others across the core of CD3, and you get hundreds of thousands of voices to weigh against the one voice that said to her big dollar donors, I guarantee you we can draw 4 Republican congressional maps. Body, I would like you to reflect on this. Will you listen to that one voice and follow your marching orders today, or will you make sure that hundreds and thousands of Kansas voices are heard, not just today, but for the next decade. I challenge you to listen to the voices of our real bosses, the people of the great state of Kansas. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo much of what my colleague from Wyandotte County stated earlier. It's really disappointing that the proposed map before us does not reflect any of the community input from the Kansas City metropolitan area. The recommendations were overwhelmingly in favor of keeping the KC metro area in the same congressional district as much as possible. I've heard an outcry from my constituents this past week that are opposed to this map. It is wrong to split up Wyandotte County. This is a blatant attempt to dilute our Democratic vote. The proposed map divides historical immigrant neighborhoods in our community. The historic area of Argentine and Rosedale would be in the 3rd Congressional District, while the historic neighborhoods of Armourdale, Strawberry Hill, Polish Hill, where I grew up, would be in the 2nd District. These communities are connected. They are communities of interest. And this proposal would divide them into 2 congressional districts. It's just wrong. Again, this is just a blatant attempt to dilute the vote of a largely Democratic minority and low-income community, which I've had the pleasure to represent. And this will place Wyandotte County at a disadvantage in both congressional districts that they're divided into. It will further diminish the voice of diverse and low-income communities by dividing our county into 2 congressional districts. Our county deserves better consideration than this map provides. I urge you to oppose Senate Bill 355. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next up would be Chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As no surprise, I will rise in opposition to SB 355 and the Ad Astra redistricting plan. My first objection, as a longtime representative from Douglas County, is the intentional separation of Lawrence from the rest of the county. This separates the county seat from the rest of our communities. It separates the University of Kansas from Baker University and the Haskell Indian Nations University elsewhere in Douglas County, diluting the college-age voting bloc between 2 districts. To go back in history a little, I will say 20 years ago, Lawrence was split. We were in the 3rd district, and the east part from Iowa Street, we split. It was Iowa Street that was split. East stayed in the 3rd, west came to the 2nd. For 10 years, we were that way. And then the next 10, Lawrence, all of Lawrence was moved to the 2nd. Now, just the city of Lawrence is being moved into the 1st district. But only the city of Lawrence. No rural Douglas County or even Lecompton, which is separated from Perry, was moved. The question might be, even though we object, how does the first district feel about this? At 94,934, the population, Lawrence becomes, if moved to the first district, the largest entity in the first district, which means the largest city now competing for federal funds allocated for congressional districts. Lawrence is one of the fastest growing areas in Kansas, and up to now has been in district which also have growth. Now Lawrence becomes the fastest growing in a district of slow growth, which means it will continue to become a larger player in that district. The population of Lawrence equals 26 counties in the first district. However, as much as I love Lawrence, as much as I love being the representative of Douglas County, my concerns about this bill goes beyond my home address. After looking at the various maps introduced thus far, I can only interpret the intent of Astra 2, as amended, is to dilute the voting power of people of color in the state of Kansas by ensuring they are spread across districts. When one looks at the map, you can see more of Wyandotte County is split to make room for Franklin and Anderson counties to join the rest of Miami in the 3rd district. District 2 includes the northern half of Wyandotte, which goes up and down Kansas all the way to Marion County, and separates one of the tribal reservations from the other two. While Lawrence is severed from the rest of Douglas County and will now share the same representatives as most of western Kansas in the 1st district. Granted, it is very difficult to draw a perfect map. However, other maps that have been offered as amendments today actively work to protect the voting power of minority Kansans. The Mushroom Rock map works to keep the court-approved boundaries where possible due to population growth. The Prairie Dog actively expanded the 4th District west to ensure the growing Hispanic population is given a solid voice in the selection of their federal representatives, and while maintaining minority population centers elsewhere. A question was asked yesterday of who drew the maps. There was no response. Why the secrecy? What special interests are being promoted or protected? When we look at what's happening as far as Lawrence is concerned, 20 years ago, we were a target. Now again, we're being split. We understand that western Kansas is decreasing in population. But to put only the city of Lawrence into the 1st district makes no sense. I tried to think of a way to explain how that feels. Lawrence and Douglas County, just like where you're from, that area you live in is your family. You get used to working with each other. To take Lawrence by itself is like separating part of the family and putting it in one place, and the other part of your family you put in another place to fend for themselves. You would not want that for your county. We don't want it for ours. As the only person of color on either of the redistricting committees, I may sometimes see things a little differently than the majority sees it. But then I agree with a lot of the same things. What we heard from our constituents on our 5-day tour was really to be fair and have the maps be transparent. Even though we've talked about diluting the votes, I think all of us ask is that our voices are heard. That our voices are heard. And splitting the city of Lawrence and leaving the rest of its county makes no logical sense. It makes no sense. I will oppose SB 355. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Chair now recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition of Senate Bill 355. Most of you weren't in this room at the August 12th redistricting listening session in Overland Park. So let me paint you a picture. It was a 400-person, standing room only affair. Don't worry, almost everyone in attendance was wearing a mask. It was a massive community center. They had to take down the temporary walls to make sure that, and add a whole new sections of chairs just for the crowd that was there. Even then, it overflowed into the hallway. This wasn't just the largest crowd on the tour, it was the larger crowd than all previous stops combined. In the middle of a day, in the middle of a work day, with a week's notice. And I'll remind you that this whole tour came about before census data was even available. People couldn't parse the data because no data was actually there to be parsed. Yet, they showed up, data or no, because they knew what they wanted. The overwhelming, almost 100% universal opinion from the speakers that day was clear. Johnson County and Wyandotte County are like-minded communities of interest. Do not break their cores apart. And now, today, we see the map that's come out of the listening session. It took the opinion of Johnson County and Wyandotte County and tossed it in the bin. I wonder what the opposite of a listening session is. Maybe a play on your phone session. Regardless, Senate Bill 355 has spent more time now traveling over to the House than it was debated in the Senate. This map required no emergency procedures. It requires thoughtful deliberation because it will do irreparable harm to Johnson County and Wyandotte counties, not just them, but nearly every urban district across the state of Kansas for the next decade. That is, in my opinion, what it's specifically designed to do. It is also, in my opinion, hopelessly, completely gerrymandered. Now, you can waste hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars from Kansas, only to be shown that in a couple of months in a court of law. Or we can scrap the whole thing today, have a legitimate debate on real maps. So I urge you to support the will of the people. I urge you to save money for Kansas. And I urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 355. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Chair now recognizes Representative Amick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't come down here very often, but I'm going to tell you, I've had the opportunity to look at these maps any which way that you can. I grew up, I was born and raised in Lawrence, Douglas County, Kansas, a place that I'm very proud to say that I've represented in some capacity or another most of my adult life. And I look at the opportunity that we have before us and looking at a map, and all of you, I'm convinced that if you believe that your county, your community had been wronged, you would be up here today too, defending what needs to happen. All of us would be up here today doing exactly that. If you had seen your county, and specifically your county seat, basically surgically removed and placed in another district, you would be up here today. You would be going after this in the biggest way that you could. You know, in Lawrence and Douglas County, I've prided myself in doing things that I think that are important. We've had this battle forever. Battle between urban and rural. Believe it or not, we've got a big rural area in Douglas County. I represent quite a bit of that, something that I'm very proud to be able to say that I do. And there's always been this battle between it. There's always been a battle. Something that is important to remember, that battle. Today we're doing partnerships between Lawrence and Douglas County. When you consider Lawrence Douglas County Health Department, you consider our economic development programs that we have. We work hard at doing that. And now today, we're doing something that, as I look at things like, we're going to tell Lecompton, Kansas, the territorial capital of our state, that they're in a different district, congressional district, than what we are in Lawrence. Does that make a whole lot of sense? We're less than 10 miles apart. But we work well together. We've worked well together on big projects. The other communities that we have will be doing the same thing between Baldwin City, Eudora, Kansas. They're going to be in a different district. Folks, I ask you, as we look at these things, we should be building unity between our neighbors and the districts that we represent. Let's not divide them. I ask you to stop and think. If your community and your county would be divided the way Douglas County is and Lawrence is being divided, you would be up here also. I ask you to vote no on Senate Bill 355. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Chair now recognizes Representative Stockstill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've heard a variety of reasons today as to why this bill should not be supported. I'd like to take it down to another basic part, money. That's why it shouldn't be supported. Kansas, or the Johnson County area, Wyandotte County area, look at the statistics. It's the economic engine of Kansas. We support a lot of the taxes and so on that are paid in this state, and we work together as two counties to grow our economy in that part of the state and in the metropolitan area. And we need to be assured that we have a congressional person that is from that area representing us both in Washington and in the metropolitan area. We've done this for the last couple of decades now, and the progress that they've made in Wyandotte County is incredible. I referred to it as the Wyandotte County Renaissance. No other county in Kansas has come as far economically as Wyandotte County has in the last 10 years or so. And that was supported by the last congressperson from the 3rd District, as well as the present congressperson. As I say, we work in a metropolitan area, and for 7 years I know, because I was president of the trade association for all the high-tech industries in Kansas and Missouri. And you don't get things done in the Kansas City Metro without metro representation. And under this plan, half of Wyandotte County could be represented from somebody in the far southeast corner of the state. If they're going to be effective in representing our interest, our Kansas economic interest, we need somebody to speak with a single voice for Johnson and Wyandotte County. If you break up Wyandotte County and put it into the 2nd District, you are really putting a finger in the eye of the economy of Kansas. And if we take politics out of this, or if you want to, you're going to have to look at whether this is going to be a political decision or whether it's going to be a sound economic decision. If you keep this map, it is not going to be a sound economic decision. I would hope that you would vote down this map and keep Wyandotte and Johnson County together and keep our economic power as the economic engine of Kansas intact. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues. What a great session it's been so far. First I catch COVID here, and now this. And if I had to choose between the two, I'd stick with COVID, frankly. I think we all know where the word gerrymandering came from. It came from a map that was drawn back a couple hundred years ago that looked like a salamander. Well, take a good look at District 1 in this map. Instead of a salamander, we have an elephant. It's got a little leg big leg in the back, little leg in the middle, the head pokes out, and the trunk curves around. Right in the tip of it is Douglas County. And so, as one of my colleagues pointed out, Douglas County was split between 2 congressional districts in the 2000s when I was on the Lawrence City Commission. And it was a real eye-opener. The 3rd District rep was involved in he came to our meeting, came to our events, did things for us. The 2nd District rep was kind of missing in action. And what is going to happen with this map is going to be even worse. This map will basically disenfranchise my constituents in the city of Lawrence. I can't say it as eloquently as my colleagues from Douglas County did, but that really is the result. But since this thing is likely to pass, Mr. Chairman, I have some lipstick. I mean an amendment.
There is an amendment. The amendment looks long. Would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It really is a technical amendment. It arises from concerns raised by my county clerk about splitting of townships and precincts in Douglas County. And it essentially, what it does is removes the precinct splits with the populated precinct splits and the township splits. Each one of those is another ballot that my county clerk has to create. And some of those districts, they cut through rural areas, and so that we're creating districts with just sub-districts with just a handful of people in it. So those citizens' votes become potentially subject to scrutiny. I think it really puts an undue burden on their privacy. So I have no idea what it does to the partisan breakdown.
Representative, I hate to interrupt, but I understand there's maps of this at the clerk's, so any member that would like to pick up a map may do that. And you may go forward, sir.
It really is. I consider it a technical amendment. I have no idea how it affects the partisan breakdown of the maps, but it only affects a few hundred people as far as I know. And so I would be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you. Is there objection to the reading? I will stand at ease to give you an opportunity to. We've got the reviser coming up. We're going to stand at ease for about 10 minutes. As we all know, these maps are very complicated and they touch a number of different issues. So just stand at ease.
And I do.
Copies of the map are up here.
We didn't have to stand.
I'm good. I can do 10 minutes. I can do 10 minutes.
Okay, well, you'll start right back on this when we come back. So
Yeah.
I don't want you to have to stand here if you're tired.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
What's your option?
Yeah, well, I mean, it should have been done in committee, right?
Right.
They told me I could go sit.
Just 2 precincts.
It's at least 2. I know it affects 2 on the east. I actually don't know. I just asked them to try to get rid of all the township and precinct splits.
Okay, so it's at least 2. There may be more though in there.
Yeah, possible. And townships also. And I'm not sure the townships are on the map.
But it fixed townships, precincts within Douglas County. It just adjusted for any of those lines.
Right, tries to keep them from being split into the different districts.
Within just Douglas County.
Right, it's just Douglas County.
Okay.
Now. The House will come to order. Members will be in their seats.
May I speak, Mr.
Is there an objection to reading of the amendment? Objections waived. Then, Representative Heiberger, you may go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you don't have to thank me for the break. One thing I want to make clear is this affects only Douglas County, and in fact does not do everything that I intended to do because of apparent miscommunication with the revisor's office. It only affects a couple of precincts on each side of Lawrence. It changes, make sure that those precincts aren't split into different congressional districts. So I was hoping that it covered all the splits in Douglas County, but it doesn't. So it's a fairly minor change, but it would make my county clerk happy. So if I can answer any questions, and it's too bad we didn't get the reading of it because it's pretty fascinating stuff.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Helmer. Wave that one off. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really do appreciate the effort and the attempt by the representative from Douglas County. However, one of the things we talked about this is the attempt to get to zero deviation, and in this one it has a deviation of 32. There are some other options that could have been out there for less deviation that may have closed up even more. So for that reason alone, but I do want to sincerely thank you for the effort on this thing and the ideas, but I would view this as an unfriendly amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wish to speak to the amendment, Representative Heiberger, you may close.
I appreciate also the previous representative's remarks, but I think this would save a lot of work for my county clerk. And I realize this could have been better addressed in committee, but that wasn't an alternative, so I would appreciate your support.
Thank you. You have heard Representative Heiberger's motion to amend. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes do have it. The amendment fails. Back on the bill. Division's been called for. Thank you. Division has been called for. The clerk will open the rolls and you may vote. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Looking for more members? Yes. We're taking our time. The chair will take just a moment to allow some members who may be out to come in. It is a division vote. The clerk will close the rolls and the tally. Chair notes there were 34 yeas, 63 nays. The amendment fails.
Well, thank you for your consideration, colleagues. I think this bill could have used a little more lipstick, but thank you anyway.
Thank you. Now the chair recognizes Representative Haswood. Haswood, I'm sorry. She's on my committee. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot of concerns. I represent Lawrence, Kansas, born and raised, very proud. a lot of concerns from my community have been brought towards me, concerns of Lawrence students' voices feeling to be diluted or meaningless. The feelings in Lawrence being specifically picked out doesn't really make sense to a lot of my community. To my knowledge, I'm the first Native American Indigenous representative in my House district, and seeing this growing improvement of inclusion, but diversity is another question that's raised. I really have an issue with the statement that this is a numbers problem, because that's also not taking into the consideration of the communities that are being broken up, the voting power, to represent a fair and equal. Now more than ever, we need to keep our communities together, especially during these difficult times of COVID. There's been many pleas to the committee to keep Douglas County together, and this is something that I echo as well. This map is not a representation of the voices of our community. It specifically picks out Lawrence. I have concerns of the rural areas and our areas. The priorities don't match up. I echo the words of my colleagues, of Lawrence citizens, and I urge you all to not support SB 355. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else wish to speak to the bill? Anyone else wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Burrows?
Well, thank you, colleagues. I trust some of us are getting some nourishment from a long process here. But if I can, I'd like to respond to a few comments that were made along the way. And one of them was, all power is inherent to the people. And when you have the power, I guess sometimes you can ignore the will of the people. But I will state this, that there are maps out there that a majority of Kansans support, particularly those in our districts all across the state. And it was mentioned that the last redistricting caused a congressman to lose his seat. I do want to bring to your attention that after those maps were drawn by the courts, not by us, but by the courts, that congressman won 3 more elections in that district and served 6 more years. So I thought I would bring that to your attention because I think it's pertinent to what I'm about to do now, Mr. Chairman. So with that, I have an amendment.
Thank you. There's an amendment. It appears long. Would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will, and it's no secret. It's the Buffalo 2 map that was submitted in committee yesterday in place of the map that's being discussed now at Astra 2.
Thank you. Is there an objection to the reading? I will stand at ease, give you an opportunity to review that before you make that decision. I would announce that there are copies of this map, if you do not have one, by the clerks. You may pick one up. Is there an objection to the waiving of the reading of the amendment? Thank you. Then Representative Burrows, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. I appreciate the time you've given me to shed some history and some light on what it is we're doing today. And that's just trying to slow this down just enough to have some transparency and some open discussion, because we didn't get to see the Senate bill in our chamber to have an opportunity to visit with it early on in committee. But it is in our chamber. I stand corrected by that comment. There was a lot of discussion. I've given you what I consider valid, legal, pertinent information that keeps Wyandotte County and Johnson County metropolitan area collectively together. We have this map. Buffalo 2 is the League of Women Voters map that was put together by a consortium of individual organizations that is as close to a bipartisan commission, nonpartisan commission that you can get. It was the same as the blue stem map that was submitted and supported by my chairman. All it did was take the blue stem and drop the deviation down to 0, which was just 100 votes. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will just state that if I understand how this process is going to go, I believe the people of Kansas have made their voice heard. The people of the 3rd Congressional District have made their people heard. The people of Wyandotte County that are being disenfranchised in the Astra map have made their voices heard. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would move that Senate Bill 355 be passed.
Well, let us take the amendment up.
Thank you. Stand for question. I didn't realize we were standing. I thought he said close. My apologies.
Thank you. Members that wish to speak to the amendment, Chair recognizes Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill, and I'll give you several reasons why. Number one, we've just sat and listened to how terrible it would be to divide up Johnson County or Wyandotte County, and this amendment divides up Johnson County. So I find it interesting. I also find it interesting that one day the representative respectfully bringing this amendment says that the map we're currently debating today is short-sighted and a partisan endeavor that should not be pursued, and yet brings this amendment. So I find that to be rather odd. I also want to comment on something said earlier. We talked about districts divided up one corner of the state to the other. We have 2 senators that represent our state in Washington, D.C. that cover the entire state. So I find no issue with the map that we're currently debating on the floor now. And with that, I think this amendment, while partially hypocritical on the part of the carrier of the amendment, I find this to be insulting as someone who lives in southern Johnson County. So I will be opposing this amendment, and I encourage everyone to do the very same thing, and let's move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Chair recognizes Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, I looked at this map yesterday, Body, and looks no different than it did yesterday. I opposed it then as well. I'd like to clarify something, however. One of the things that we heard, I keep hearing that we've got to keep that KC Metro together. That isn't actually what we heard on the redistricting tour. What we heard was we've got to keep Johnson and Johnson and Wyandotte together. Okay, and we can excuse that. We didn't have the numbers at the time, and certainly the attendees to the speaking tour didn't have those numbers available. But it was only after those numbers were made available and we realized that keeping Johnson and Wyandotte together in total was impossible, that we then started hearing, oh, we got to keep the KC Metro, the core of Johnson County. All right, well, as the economic driver of Johnson County, I feel a little bit odd that I'm not in the core of Johnson County. I'm down in the 2nd district now. So as I mentioned yesterday, I think the tax assessor is going to be really, really pleased to hear that I'm not part of Johnson County, but I know that my businesses are going to be extremely pleased to know that they're not going to have to cut checks to the assessor's office. Now, I realize that this doesn't change county lines and it doesn't change any of that. I'm being facetious here, I understand. But when we pretend that we're drawing lines to be fair, understand either Johnson County has to be split or Wyandotte County has to be split, or both of them can be shaved off, or they can be separated in total. But those are really the only options available. We have one map that cuts Wyandotte County, a county that has historically been in multiple districts. We have another map that cuts off Johnson County, a county that has not been traditionally split into multiple districts. But make no mistakes, what the motivation here is. One side is trying to carve off Wyandotte, one side is trying to carve off Johnson. I get that, but don't be under the impression that this is for anything other than political purposes. And as a person who just got disenfranchised from the 3rd district, I will be opposing this amendment. Thank you, body, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Chair now recognizes Representative Esau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for a question, please? So I'm looking at the map here, which I realize is hard to see with a little map. Could you describe to me where the lines are drawn here in Johnson County?
Yes, majority of the line cuts across 175th Street, going west up to Moonlight Road, basically. But 195th Street is part of the cutout. It's bumped a little further south to make the deviation work.
So thank you. If I was standing there, I am 100% certain I wouldn't be able to tell one side of the street from the other. We're dividing communities that are 100% part of the same community as we're doing this line. As a representative from Johnson County, I'm not comfortable with us dividing Johnson County up in this way at all. I'm not comfortable with dividing Johnson County. That is my bias. But this one divides communities that are rapidly growing. Since the 2020 census was taken, I could take you to parts that in 2020 were simply empty fields, and there are people and houses and streets. And it's rapidly growing in both the southern and the western area here. So to carve that part out and put it in the rural parts of the 2nd district just seems a little bit disingenuous when people are saying, well, we can't go that direction with other maps. As you can tell, I'm not going to support this map. I didn't support it in the vote yesterday in committee for a number of reasons, but the number one reason being Johnson County is not kept whole in this map, and I just can't support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next up is Representative Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday in committee, I threw a small fit about urban and rural, and so my comments right now, just briefly, folks in the 2nd and 3rd district can ignore me at the moment because actually I'm only speaking to the folks out there in the 1st. I can support the Ad Astra bill that is the base bill that we're on. As I look at any of the other bills, and specifically now Buffalo number 2, would point out for you that with this drawing, if you can find some connection between Cheyenne County in the extreme northwest corner and Morton County in the extreme southwest corner and Cherokee County in the extreme southeast corner and Nemaha County, which is almost the extreme northeast corner, that would be the representation that you would have coming up. So in those instances, the only map that makes any sense for my constituency is the map that is before you as ad astra. Otherwise, you fling us across the entire state from the first district. And at this point, as a selfish matter, having heard all of the testimony up to this point in time, as rural folks in the first district, that's the map that I can support, and I ask you not to support the current amendment before you.
Thank you, Representative. For the matter to speak to the amendment, I have Representative Sawyer.
I'm going to rise in support of the amendment. You know, this year, the redistricting committee, we did go on a 14-city tour, and I went to every one of those stops and listened to what people had to say across the state. And as this point out, it was a flawed process. It was done before people had the numbers, so they couldn't give us the information they should have been able to give us. There wasn't a lot of notice, but in spite of that, we had pretty good turnout at most of the stops. We got a lot of input. Over 500 people gave us information and input. And a majority of those people said to keep the Kansas City metro area together. People from every district said that. The underlying map, the ad astra map, doesn't really do that. It cuts the Kansas area in half. And there's no need to go that far. You only need to take 40,000 people out of the Johnson and Wyandotte County together to create a district. But they went far beyond that. They cut KCK in half, divided minority communities, and then added Franklin and Anderson County and the rest of Miami County to make up for that. That's going way beyond trying to keep the metro area together. The amendment, well, it takes the 40,000 from Johnson County. Johnson County has about 600,000 people. So you're talking about 6%, 7% of the population. There's a lot of ways you could do that. That's the way it's done in this map. Now, one thing I like about this map, this is a map that was put together by the League of Women Voters. They listened to what people said. Those 500 pieces of information, took that information and tried to draw as fair a map as possible. This is a map that came from an outside group. It was adjusted just slightly to make sure all the deviations were zero, but otherwise this is their map. I think this is the kind of process we should use when we're drawing maps. We try to be as fair as possible, and I like the way this map was put together. One big problem with the underlying map is I don't feel like we did listen. Not only did we divide Kansas City, Kansas in half, but for some reason we put the city of Lawrence, and just the city of Lawrence, not all Douglas County, in the first district. Those 500 people that spoke to us, not one person said put the city of Lawrence in the first district. Nobody said that. You know, I've been here a long time. I first got elected in 1986, my third stint in the legislature. I've been through, directly or indirectly, 4 previous redistrictings in Kansas before this one. In all my time, I've never seen a map that was this politically gerrymandered before. We had a pretty tough one in 2000 when they split the city of Lawrence in half, but this goes beyond that. Cuts Kansas City in half, puts Lawrence in the first district. There are different alternatives that are going to be offered today. I think there are plenty of other alternatives that might be out there. I would urge you to support something other than that Astra. I think it's a politically gerrymandered map that we don't need to do. I would actually prefer the whole process be slowed down. I would like to see us be able to take some time and look at maps, have more people time to draw maps. I mean, not only was the initial public comment area flawed in that it was done before people had information without a lot of notice, but even this process, we didn't get the hardware or software to start drawing maps till session started. Then all of a sudden we have to have our congressional maps done before you can figure out how to use this stuff practically. I think it would be better to slow down a little bit, give lots of people opportunity to have input, take a look at these maps that we have right now. Let's go back and get some more public input on these particular maps or some of the other maps that are out there. I think there could be some other alternatives that I'd like to hear public input on. But Having said that, we're here today. This is the process. There's a bill that we voted on. I believe the underlying Ad Astra map is a very politically gerrymandered map that we shouldn't go down that path. This is an alternative that was drawn by the League of Women Voters. I think it's a fair map, but I'd urge you to support this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I want to thank the ranking member for bringing this forward. In this map, it was considered in committee. It was voted down 5-11. Also in here is a 2-person deviation. Again, we're talking about a 0 deviation. So with that, I view this as an unfriendly amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? I have no one listed. Representative Miller just popped up. The distinguished representative from Shawnee County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still growing accustomed to pushing the right button, so I push the bill rather than the amendment. I know it's not his amendment, but I wondered if the chair of the committee would respond to a couple questions, please. Yes? Thank you for that. Mr. Chairman of the committee, would you explain to the body what we mean, at least what your interpretation or understanding is of the term communities of interest?
Thank you, sir. All right, I just wanted to make sure I had the guidelines so we could cover that. So this is subject to guideline 2, which is the districts are nearly equal to 734,470 population as practicable. The district should be compact and contiguous. There should be recognition of communities of interest such as social, cultural, racial, ethnic, and economic interests common to the population of the area, which are probable subjects of litigation should be considered.
And I apologize because I'm nowhere nearly as eloquent as I should be, so you may have misunderstood my question. And I understand, having read those criteria, that we have to keep those in mind. But my question is, and you may not be able to offer anything to augment this, but what is your understanding of the term communities of interest?
Thank you, sir. Just what I just said. That was my understanding and what I considered as we used in drafting.
Well, I would like to call the body's attention to one, as I perceive it, one community of interest that I think is not sufficiently recognized in the Ad Astra map, but which is recognized clearly in this map, Buffalo 2. For those of you who picked up a copy of the map, you'll note up in the northeast corner of the state, there are 2 red boxes. Those, if you look at the key to the map, those are to highlight our two legally defined Native American reservations, one of which I still call Potawatomi. I think preferred term now for them is the Prairie Band tribe. The other which is the Kickapoo tribe. My familiarity and love for our indigenous peoples goes back to where I grew up. I grew up in Jackson County, right on the other side of this red line. And consequently, I had the privilege and the benefit of being more exposed than most to kids who were Native Americans. Now, the flip side of that is it wasn't until I got to college before I actually ever met an African American, if you can believe that, but that was the nature of my community. But the indigenous peoples, probably more so than any group in America, depends on the making of laws as they apply to them in Washington, D.C. So when we talk about congressional maps, it's extremely important to them, or at least that's my perception. What Ad Astra does, it separates these two groups right along that line. Now, what's so absurd about that is they are not two areas that are remote. They are actually in the same county, Jackson County. But Ad Astra goes out of its way to separate that community of interest, and I think that makes the entire plan legally defective, as well as just wrong. So I rise in support of the amendment, and until Ad Astra is amended to address this issue, I will continue to be opposed. And for the benefit of one of the members, boom.
Thank you, Representative. I have no one else listed to speak to the amendment. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none. Representative Burrows, you may close on your amendment.
Well, thank you, Body. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for my short-sightedness earlier. Sometimes it's a little difficult to hear in here, and it's been a while since we've had a chance to discuss and debate bills, which I really believe that excites me because I believe in the process. And but we will continue to talk about the rules that govern redistricting of the congressional maps, and I truly believe that we have violated a number of those by not keeping the communities as compact as possible, by dividing a community of color, taking away and limiting their voice when it comes to picking an elected representative, and to a considerable degree, dividing communities of interest that have more in common than not. And the argument that we are growing a minority population by dividing Wyandotte County into the first and the second, and with Douglas County being divided, those numbers, I don't like to see minority voices looked at as token voices. They deserve a right to be heard. They deserve a right to be represented. And Mr. Chairman and Body, this map allows them that opportunity, provides for the communities of interest to stay whole. I believe it fulfills the obligation of the rules that we as a body engaged and supported in committee. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move House substitute for Senate Bill 355, known as Buffalo 2.
No. You're moving your amendment.
Move my amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. You have heard the motion by Representative Burrows to amend. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Division has been called. The division has been called. Roll call. Sufficient hands have been raised, 15 hands. This is a roll call vote. Roll call is in order. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. The vote is 32 yeas, 82 nays, 1 present. The motion to amend fails. Back on the bill. I have Representative Garber. Chair recognizes Representative Garber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions for the carrier of the bill.
You may.
I would like to know if there have been any maps in the past 50 years that have had 0 deviation.
Thank you for the question. According to research, we don't know exactly if to answer your question, we don't know. There's one, and there's one, this one.
This one. Thank you for that. So the current one is 0 deviation. The rest they're unsure about. They don't know what the deviation is, from what I understand, if that's correct. So when I was here, the last time we had redistricting, I believe it was the courts that drew the map. Is that correct? Okay. That's correct.
That is correct.
And as I understand it, that map did not have 0 deviation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So is there any precedent in any court action with any map that shows the county or the courts would not throw out this map just because it has 0 deviation, but would they still possibly throw it out, or do we know? We have a crystal ball. What can we say?
Representative Croft, do you wish to respond?
My apologies for the delay. I just want to make sure I had it right. That is the most predominant factor as considered when they're looking at the maps.
However, they have considered in the past slight deviations.
Could you say that just one more time so I make sure I get it right?
In the past, they have considered maps and ruled on maps with slight deviation.
That is correct. In fact, last time I believe it was 15 as they looked to try to even get it smaller, but yes.
So do we have a statute or a law that requires zero deviation?
So again, just want to make sure I get it correct. So in the Constitution, they talk about getting as close as with that quote, but they also in the U.S. Constitution, I mean, the Supreme Court has also upheld that as well, saying that, and there's a quote that I could get to you, but it's about one vote should equal one vote, basically.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you. I have an amendment.
You'll hand it to the clerk. The amendment looks large. Would you care to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment has been offered previously with just a few adjustments in the Senate. It received bipartisan support. The change to that one, and they're going to have copies for you. I think, do we want to wait for them to get copies of this?
I'll announce that there is copies at the clerk's.
All right, thank you.
There are copies. You may go
The
forward.
change it makes all counties are whole, except there's Spring Hill precinct in Miami County, and there are 5 precincts in northwestern Riley County. Those 5 in Riley County would be in the 1st district. The Spring Hill precincts in Miami County would go to the 3rd district. The 3rd district would also include Johnson and Douglas. The 4th district, and please forgive me, I do not have the names of the counties that have moved into the 4th district. I will say they are the bottom 6 southwest counties of Kansas. That moves some of the counties that were in the 4th district to the west back into the 1st district. It keeps the second district used to go all the way to the Oklahoma border. We've cut some miles off of that and added some areas up to the north. I will stand for questions.
Thank you. There's an objection to reading. Waived objections. I have Representative Sutton. You're not on the queue, but I'll allow you to speak. Go ahead. Hoheisel is. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask a question? This is the first time I've looked at this, so I might need a little guidance here. The big thorn in the discussion all morning has been the Johnson, well, I mean, there have been some others, but one of the keys was the Johnson-Wyandotte split. I don't have my glasses. Am I reading this correctly? Does this split Wyandotte entirely from Johnson?
Does it do what now?
Split Wyandotte entirely from Johnson?
Yes, Wyandotte would be in the 2nd district. Johnson County would be in the 3rd district, along with Douglas and that I think it's 3 or 5 precincts from Miami.
Spring Hill. Okay, I see you.
Spring Hill precinct.
Excellent. All right, I'm not going to make comment on this yet. I haven't prepared anything. I just wanted to be clear as to what was going on. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Then Representative Croft, you may speak. Strike that. Representative Saul, you just popped up.
I don't think I pop up real easily, but yeah, I really like the effort that was put into this map. If you take a look at it, it tries to keep the first district as west as possible, although of course, it goes pretty far east. And then second district keeps both Native American nations there. So I like the effort put in this map. And I think it's the kind of map I'd love to see public comment on. I'd like to hear what the public thinks on this map. I'd like to have public hearings on it, but it's unfortunately the process isn't allowing us to do that today, at least. But I think down the road, that would be great. The problem I have with it is, again, we heard around the state, people said keep the KC metro area together, and obviously this, although it keeps the counties whole, it does split them. So that's problematic from what we heard from around the state. But I would love to hear public input if people actually saw this map and what that would be like. So encourage people to vote their districts and take a hard look at this.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Croft.
Again, I do thank the representative for bringing this forward. However, just have a few concerns. One is that it was never brought to committee. It's never even been heard by the body or anybody else been told now. The second thing is it splits Wyandotte and Johnson completely. And we heard overwhelmingly, don't split it, at least keep something together. This splits it completely apart. And then the last thing, the deviation is, I believe, well over 800. So as we're talking zeros, this is way too far, and I would view this as an unfriendly amendment.
Thank you. Representative Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the body. I just want to point out that we have heard many speakers come to the well today to talk about the overwhelming sentiment to not divide the 3rd Congressional District, to not cleave Wyandotte and Johnson counties completely apart and place them in different districts. All of those folks who came down and talked about that, we have a math problem. There has to be some separation. Some want to divide part of Wyandotte, some want to divide part of Johnson. This map just cleanly goes down the county line, divides them both. It is exactly what hundreds of public comments said, please don't do. There's no effort here to try to keep those counties together. It is a complete division. So for those who spoke against that, cited the record in their arguments, I hope that they will vote against this map because it does exactly what the public has said they didn't want to see done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to echo that I think this was a really good faith effort to try to draw a map that speaks to that criteria that we need to follow. I agree. First in my heart is try to keep the KC Metro together because there is so much value in doing that. I remember a time when Wyandotte County was split between 2 legislative districts. And it did not serve our community well, and it did not serve the Metro well. We worked very hard for years to get us all back into one district. And now because of the population growth, we're faced with this dilemma of trying to keep the 2 counties together, which seems the math does not quite work that way. There are ways to draw it perhaps that would be agreeable. So first in my heart is to keep the KC Metro together. Second in my heart is to keep my county together. So I know it does present a little bit of a dilemma, which the previous representative spoke to, but I did want to clarify that. I think it is important for the KC Metro to be together. If that is not the case, if we're not going to agree on a map, if we're not going to be able to draw a map that does that, then keeping my county together is also important. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. I have not followed a lot of the debate, but I'm from Wichita. Wichita has traditionally been the 4th congressional district. I hate to say it, but it's a good, solid Republican district. The Democrats, we poll about 34, 35%, somewhere in that range. Every now and then we get to 40, 42. But one of the difficulties I have perceived in my community is that as much as we like, for example, the people in Pawnee County out at Larned, which is a good 150 miles away, we have very little in common with them economically. This map puts Wichita and Butler County is one of the fastest growing areas of the state, into the same congressional district with, for example, Pittsburgh. We've had that type of configuration in the past. I hate to admit to political interest, but political interest does, of course, play a role here. I was the 4th district chair for the Democratic Party at the time of the last reapportionment. This, in my judgment, is a fairer representation of the communities of interest in the traditional 4th district than the map that the courts drew for us 10 years ago. So from the standpoint of my community, I think that this is probably a better deal for Wichitans and people in El Dorado and Whitewater, and I can name a number of other places in the district. I also note that this particular map maintains the community of interest for our Native American tribes. You look at it, it really makes quite a bit of sense on its face. Now, I may go sit down here in a minute, members of my caucus may come up and say, oh my goodness, John, this is a terrible map. We're gonna lose every one of these seats. I don't know what the real impact in terms of head counting, nose counting is, but I've been around politics in Kansas quite a while, I hate to admit, and this looks on its face like it makes a lot of sense, so I'm going to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Chair recognizes Representative Alcala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ever any of you or know someone that's gotten a tattoo, and as they gotten times past, they didn't want it anymore, and so it was hard to get off their back or off their arm? Well, I would say this support the amended map and not get the tattoo of racially gerrymandering the map with the ad astra proposal. A lot of people in my community, you may not like to hear it, but it's being said. This map, the original map, ad astra had been done racially attacking those districts of people of color. So I would support the amended map. This way you don't have that tattoo. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? No one wishes to speak to the amendment? Representative Garber, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While it does not have complete zero deviation, it is very close. I mean, 327 is the most deviation out of any of the districts out of 734,000 people. That's not very many. Would I like to have it at zero? Yes, but without gerrymandering some more, it wouldn't be a very good deal if I did that. So, I'm going to move my amendment and ask for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Representative. You may move your amendments without sufficient hands. That will not be a roll call vote. You have heard the motion of Representative Garber to amend. All those in favor? All right, seeing 15 hands, roll call is in order. You may, clerk will open the roll, yes. And you may vote. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member wish to change their vote? Please signify by standing. Seeing none. There are 29 yeas, 82 nays, 0 present. The amendment fails. We are back on the bill. Representative Garber, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have another amendment.
You'll hand the amendment over to the clerk. While the clerk's looking at that, it looks like a long amendment. You may explain your amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is going to tighten the deviation slightly. It takes the second district down to 153 votes over. The first district is 14 votes over. Third district is 140 votes under. And the fourth district is 27 votes under. This does...
Representative, is there a new map? And if so, please identify it for the clerk so she can hand it out.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Representative. The clerk is in the process of printing off that map.
Thank you. This map does split Wichita. It seems like Wichita is a sacred cow around here. I don't know why, but it does split Wichita. It does keep from as best as I could, the minority districts intact. Keeps that voting block intact. So now the fourth district will go much higher, much further to the north. As you can, well, you haven't gotten the map yet, but they will go up several counties to the north. And the third district remains the same. The second district makes Riley County whole. And now the county to the west of that is in the second district. And I apologize again, I don't have the district map to show me what that is. Wyandotte is whole. So Sedgwick and Miami are the two counties that are not whole. And by the way, there are no splits in voting districts. Now I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Is there objection to the waiving of the reading of the amendment? Objection? The clerk will read.
Strike striking all on pages 2 through 8. On page 9 by striking all on lines 1 through 29 and inserting section 4. Congressional District 1 shall consist of all Barber County and all of Barton County and all of Cheyenne County and all of Clark County and all of Cloud County and all of Comanche County and all of Decatur County and all of Dickinson County and all of Edwards County and all of Ellis County and all of Ellsworth County, and all of Finney County, and all in Ford County, and all in Gove County, and Graham County, and Grant County, and Gray County, all of Greeley County, all of Hamilton County, all of Harper County, and all of Harvard County, all of Haskell County, and all of Hodgman County, and all of Jewel.
The clerk can suspend. We're going to just stand in ease. Thank you. Vince, you're harassing the reading clerk. Yeah. To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael. As to the amendment.
I thought, me too. Mr. Chairman, you know, it's amazing how you can be up here 5 minutes ago saying good map, and then you get another one, you go, oh my goodness, where did this come from? Well, I figured it out. It's called Wildcat. That ought to tell you where it from. I'm smiling at my friends with the purple things on their desks. They can't help it. They were born that way. Mr. Chairman, this one here is something a little bit different. This would put me and my friend, the majority leader, in the 1st Congressional District. Now, I know I'm not ever planning to run for the Congress. I don't want to fly back and forth on an airplane, you know, every Tuesday morning and Thursday afternoon when they put in their 2 or 3 days in Washington every 2 weeks or so. But this does divide an important community of interest. Much as I love my friends who generically live west of 81, and I do live, quote, west of 81, there is no substantial community of interest between my constituents just northwest of downtown Wichita and half of the state called Western Kansas. And so the end effect of this bill or this amendment is to try to unseat Congressman Estes and to try to make sure that we don't see a congressman or woman from Wichita, Kansas for the next 10 years. So I oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the maker of the motion please stand for a few questions?
Well, I'm kind of disappointed I couldn't get the representative to support me twice. Oh, I'm sorry, you had a question? No, yeah, I'm just asking one second question. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Under this map, how many how many metros are you breaking up under this map?
How many what?
How many metros are you breaking up under this map?
Okay, as near as I know, Wichita is the only metro area. I didn't mention that we split McPherson County, but we left McPherson City whole. So I don't believe there are any other metros.
So you don't consider Johnson and Wyandotte County, the greater KC area, a metro?
Okay, I'll bite there, yes. Yes.
What's the deviation on your map?
What's the what?
Deviation.
Okay, deviation is slightly less, and I believe I read this before you guys had the map, but down at the bottom, your map should have that on there. First district is 14 over, second district is 153 over, third district is 140 under, and the fourth district is 27 under.
All right, just one last final question. Do you not consider Wichita a community of interest with each other?
Say that again.
Do you not consider Wichita a community of interest? So do you not consider my district and let's say the majority leader's district, who's just to the north of me, a community of interest?
Well, I'm not interested, no. Sorry. I suppose for some it is a community of interest, so I would say, yeah, they probably are a community of interest.
Thank you, Representative, for answering those questions. Body, I'm going to ask you to oppose this today. This actually breaks my legislative district up between two congressmen. And I would love to have two people I could go to for representation, but I also like being in the same congressional district as the majority leader, and this would break that up as well. Wichita is pretty clearly a community of interest, and we kind of need to keep that together. We have the same needs, so I'm going to ask you all to oppose this today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone further wishes to speak to the amendment? If so, please push your button. Representative Landwehr, do you wish to speak to the... You had your hand up, but without pushing the button. Oh, you use your hands when you're in conference. All right. The chair sees no one else wishing to speak to the amendment. Representative, you may close on your amendment.
Okay, I apologize for the little joke on the communities of interest. I didn't mean that way, so I should be more careful what I say up here, I suppose. I don't have anything more to say. We've seen the deviation. We've heard what this map does, so I just move my amendment.
Thank you. You have heard the motion of Representative Garber to amend. All of those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinions of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment fails. We're back on the bill. I have Representative Burrows. Oh, Representative Garber, you still have the floor. Would you? Chair recognizes Representative Garber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard about zero deviation, so I have a map here that has zero deviation. I would like to amend Senate Bill 355.
You're offering an amendment? You may explain your amendment.
It's Patriot.
The clerk's getting the maps, which will be out here at the clerk's office. You may explain your amendment.
This map is fairly similar to the first one. The third district still remains the same. Well, no, I take that back. just to the east of Spring Hill, we took 3 precincts, I think it was 3 precincts, and put them in there to get Johnson County to 0. We split Coffee and Woodson. We took some out of Coffee in the 2nd district and put it in the 1st district. We took the northwest portion of Woodson and put it in the 4th district. We moved the 4th district like it was in the first map, basically. But we did that. We had to do that to make those 0 deviation. We also made Riley County whole. So we have 3 counties that we couldn't make whole with 0 deviation. And I will stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Is there objection to the reading? We will stand at ease. No read. At ease. Clarification that you've asked for.
I do have one more slight change. You can't even see it on the map. It's down the county west of Sedgwick on the south side. You can't even see it because it's such a couple small precincts there that we put in with the 4th district out of whatever county that is. I'm not sure which county that is.
Anyone wishing to speak to the amendment? Representative Croft?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you to the representative for bringing it forward. I'll just cut to the chase. Bottom line, this thing cuts Wyandotte and Johnson County completely apart. It's never been brought to committee. It's an unfavorable motion.
The member will suspend. The chair would like to hear what the representative has to say. So let's keep it down. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, it splits Wyandotte and Johnson, something we heard a lot about, don't splitting them apart. We also did not hear this in committee at all. I appreciate the fact that it is 0 deviation. That's good, but the rest of it, we view this as an unfavorable amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone wishes to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Garber, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman of Redistricting, for giving me a little air of confidence there. Anyways, I move my amendment.
Thank you. You've heard the motion of Representative Garber to amend. All those in favor say aye.
Roll call.
I have not seen 15 hands. 15 hands have been, this will be a roll call vote. Every member has an opportunity to vote. Please, the clerk will open the rolls. This is a roll call vote. As every member had an opportunity to vote, the clerk will close the rolls. Does any member wish to change their vote? If so, please stand to be recognized. Seeing none, 20 yeas, 93 nays, 0 present. The motion to amend has failed. We're back on the bill. I have Representative Sawyer. You wish to speak to the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a lot of good debate today, and I could point out I think the underlying ad astra bill is very gerrymandered. In the Senate, they offered an amendment that I thought was about as close to the status quo as you could get. You know, lots of times when we do reapportionment, we try to keep things as close to the status quo and just kind of trying to deal with the edges. So I liked it when it was offered in the Senate, so I'm going to offer today. My amendment is the united map.
The amendment list large. You wish to explain your amendment? Please.
I'll try to explain it. And when you get copies of the map, you can take a look at it. But, you know, one of the complaints of the League of Women Voters, the Buffalo map, was the way the 1st District sprawled down into southeast Kansas. This map takes care of that. It keeps the 1st District on the western part of the state as much as possible. Obviously, it has to go quite far east because they need population. And it keeps the second, if you look at it, the 2nd District has very minor changes from the current 2nd District. So the 2nd District looks pretty much like it does today. It keeps the Native American nations in the 2nd District. The 4th moves east a little bit to try to keep the 1st District, as they had to gain population, picks some up from those what are now western counties in the 4th District. So it keeps kind of a western Kansas area together. And then finally, the 3rd District, it's somewhat similar to how the League did it. It takes the 40,000 people that were over, it takes them all out of kind of the rural parts of Johnson County. So it keeps the core Kansas City metro area together. But it keeps Lawrence, Douglas County in the 2nd. If you look at it, the 2nd District looks much like it does today. So it's kind of a status quo kind of map. It's called United. So if you can look it up on a computer or get a copy, it's the United map.
Thank you. Is there objection to the waiving of the reading? Or the chair will stand at ease. No objection to the waiving of the reading. Representative, do you have you have the floor?
I think I've pretty thoroughly explained the amendment. It's pretty close. It's a map that tries to keep the status quo as much as possible, keeping the second look. If you look at the current second and this second, very much the same. Of course, the first has to gain a lot of population, so it moves a little bit, but it keeps it as far west as possible. And then, of course, in the third district, takes away the Miami part and the 40,000 out of the rural parts of Johnson County.
Thank you. Yes. As to the speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting to watch this process after being up here as many years as I have. I think I missed the one redistricting that was when I was out of office, and I'm so happy that I missed it. It's interesting how it has been brought up time after time today to keep communities together, and that's been the excuse of the committee chair every time a new map was brought. And yet there's not been any support for any of those maps, but it's been a nice wordsmithing opportunity because none of that has applied. We also have found out today that having a little bit of difference in there is the way it usually has been over the redistricting process. This is one of the times it hasn't been, but that doesn't mean that we have to die on that sword. If we were truly interested in keeping communities of likeness together, we would have opened the door and done some more work on the Johnson County and Wyandotte County partnership. Because over the years, that partnership has grown. And when you come to the metropolitan area, we are looked at as one, not two, not three, not four, but as one group trying to work and do what's best for our constituents. So if we are actually going to look at a map, and the first one is obviously a gerrymandering. That goes without saying. You can see it, I can see it, everybody can see it, and it's for the purpose of politics. But is it for the purpose of our constituents? Is it for the purpose of our community members and of our communities? We are about communities. There were over 500 testimonies given during the tour. Those are all available if this goes to court. In my mind, we probably will go to court. And I don't know that we want to spend the time doing that when we have opportunities to do it right now. Why do we want to delay and do this? Because we're playing politics. And you two gentlemen out there laughing, I appreciate it, but it is politics. I'm not in favor of this map a whole lot because, again, it takes us away from Wyandotte County. But it does keep more people whole. It does keep our tribes whole. And it keeps some of the communities together as a whole, which is what we were told by everyone that came before the redistricting body. Now we have a choice. We can listen to what they say, or we can poo-poo it. We were sent here because we're supposed to be good listeners and because we're supposed to have our community at heart. Yes, this is politics, but this is politics at its worst. Because when we look at the Ad Astra map, that's gerrymandering. And that is politics at its worst.
Thank you, Representative. Chair now recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I love this map. It hits, like I spoke about my first passion, my heart is really wanting to keep the metro area together. This does that. And then my second is to keep my county together, and it does that. I like this map. I think it hits a lot of the targets that we have been discussing today. And so I think it's a very thoughtful map. I think it deserves your careful consideration. And I would just really appreciate if you would support this map. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone wish to discuss or speak to the amendment? Representative Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I want to thank the Minority Leader for bringing this forward. I do want to comment that this bill was not heard in committee. It did fail in the Senate 11-23. And this is similar to the map that failed earlier that was brought by the representative from Kansas City. So with that, I would say, body, this is an unfavorable amendment.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? And for those who have spoken to the amendment, if you'll turn your lights off, that would be helpful. Thank you. Representative Esau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, long walk sometimes. I just wanted to go on record that this one splits Johnson County just as it did before. So while there may be some good things about this map, I absolutely can't support it, and that is why it will be a no vote.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none? Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hit the wrong button there in wanting to come down and thank my minority leader for bringing forward a map that does just exactly what we talked about earlier. It keeps the communities in the metropolitan area collectively together. That's my friends in Johnson County, as well as Wyandotte County, but more importantly, it keeps the validity in the minority vote. And that is extremely important as we move forward. And I sincerely appreciate you thinking of others besides just your county, Mr. Leader. I strongly ask that you support this map.
Thank you, Representative. If anyone else would like to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Sawyer, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is kind of as close to the status quo, I think, as you can get. The first district obviously had to gain a lot of population, so it moved east a little bit, but not much. Tried to keep them all together. We didn't go coast to coast. The second district, you can see very few changes from the current. If you overlay the current over this one, very small changes, keeps the Native American nations together. The fourth district moves east just a little bit because of the need for gain of population in the first and keeping those as west as possible. And then finally, the third district, again, you put what we heard over and over again from the majority of 500 people is keep that metro area together. They're 40,000 over. This shaves those 40,000 out of Johnson County, so it's about a 7% of Johnson County. It's not splitting it down the middle like the underlying map does with Kansas City, Kansas. And it certainly doesn't do anything as grievous as moving Lawrence clear to the first district. So I think this map is as close to status quo as possible. I liked it when it was introduced in the Senate. It takes care of some of the problems that the League of Women Voters maps have in terms of that first district sprawling all over the place. So I'd urge you to support the map.
Thank you. You have heard the motion of Representative Sawyer to amend. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Division has been called for. Roll call. Seeing 15 hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will open the rolls. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member wish to change their vote? If so, the member please stand. Seeing none. Representative Jacobs, he votes no. Thank you very much. Clerk, close the rolls. There were 36 yeas, 77 nays, 1 present. The motion to amend has failed. We're back on the bill. Representative Sawyer, you still have the floor. No? Okay. Representative Prost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I don't like wearing a tie, so I don't wear one most days unless I think we're doing something important. But today I wore a tie and my Kansas socks. Would the carrier stand for a few questions? One thing that struck me was that the committee process in this committee was a little bit different than what we see in normal committees. Normally we see a bill, we have a proponent, opponents, neutral, then we go through bill by bill. This committee is a little bit different. It was kind of an open-ended testimony period on any and all bills, not specifically on bills. Would you say that assessment's accurate?
Thank you, Representative. Actually, we opened all 4 of them. We did have an extended period, and it's actually, we've received testimony all through since the fall about different ideas and thoughts. And then I kept it open, opening all 4, and we had comments that were associated with all 4 of them. Many comments they were able to comment on all different ones at the same time. So we did do that. We did have them all open, and we did have hearings and testimony.
But the central point is we were essentially hearing 4 bills at once and taking testimony on all 4 bills at one time.
Representative, that is, I mean, we were doing that so we could maximize the public's input. We didn't want to waste their time. They came up here, they committed this process, and we wanted to make sure we could hear from everybody in this process.
Thank you for that. As part of our committee conversations, did we have a discussion or do anything to define the various communities of interest? We have in our rules kind of something that lays out that we should not, that there should be a recognition of communities of interest, social, cultural, racial, ethnic, and economic. But as a committee, did we have a conversation about that? And did we attempt to define those as we move forward with our decisions?
So the definitions were set by the advisory committee. We did adopt the guidelines that came out of the advisory committee. And as you know, you were on the committee as we talked about various things. So that's what we used for that process.
Thank you. Did the committee in any of its conversations or any of our discussion look at maps or data points that showed committee members ethnic communities of interest so that we'd be aware of that as we made our decision?
And thank you for the question. And for everybody, research took every map that came in, did a technical review, and then published on their website. And we did show the committee all that information that was available, several times actually, so you'd know where you could go find that. So that's where you could find it.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. What I hear is that the information was available. My question is, did we have that conversation in committee with that information, or did we try to pull in any of that information in our decision-making process?
If I remember correctly, in the committee, you did mention some things about it. You asked some questions of research, and they answered your questions while we were in the committee, and again, had the opportunity for the research department to show you where that data is for you and for everybody else, and so, thank you.
Okay, and I apologize for all the questions, but this is, I think, important information for the body to have a firm grasp on. We have another rule that talks about, Rule 3, that redistricting will have neither the purpose nor the effect, meaning it doesn't have to be intentional, of diluting minority voting strength. Did we have that discussion in committee? Did we attempt to define what it would mean to dilute minority voting strength?
Representative, again, you being part of the committee, if there was something you thought we should have, then by all means, there was that opportunity for you to bring that up.
I often defer to the wisdom of the chair. Did we, in our conversations in committee, aside from the points that I raised, have a conversation about compactness and how that was going to play into our determination on these maps?
So, you caveated that in addition to what, I mean, you brought that up, there was the discussion, and again, research provided you that information and showed everybody else where that information was available. So you could see it on all the maps and everything that's turned in. So even the maps that have been turned in since then have that information to you. You don't have to wait for the discussion. You could see it for yourselves. It's available for everybody in the public.
I promise the question portion of this episode is almost over. In committee, did we have any discussion on, as a committee, well, let me back up. I said this in committee and I'll say it here. The process of drawing a map like this is difficult. There are many, many layers to it, and you have potentially competing interests. But did we have a discussion in committee about how we would navigate those competing interests, whether we would put economic interest above geographic interest? Did we have that discussion on how to layer those potentially competing interests in committee?
Again, that's what we had the discussion about. The opportunity was there for you to bring that up and talk about those things that were important to you.
Well, you'll be glad to know that's all the questions I have. I do want to make a statement before I move on. The committee process, and this is my first one, so maybe this is the normal way, but I'm not sure. But basically, it was quite a bit different than what we normally see. So the discussion, we heard testimony from people, and committee members were basically instructed to withhold questions so that we could just accept the testimony. That's fair. We're trying to maximize time. The discussion portion of the committee was only when we were debating a bill. And we were only debating one bill. There were 6 bills available to us in that committee. We had a discussion on one bill, and it was on that specific bill. There was not the sort of normal committee discussion that you normally have. I'm not going to get into some of the things that have already been mentioned. I do think there's always more than one way to skin a deer. But there's always a best way. I have an amendment.
I have an amendment. It appears long. Do you wish to explain your amendment? Representative, do you wish to explain your amendment?
I have a map with the outstanding name of Prairie Dog. I think they'll have some maps available, but we've been paying so much attention to the northeast portion of the state, I thought that I'd turn my attention to the southwest portion of the state. I'll save some of the details for my closing, but basically, what I've done in this map is elevate, because we didn't determine what our primary driver was when we draw these maps. For this one, I decided to elevate the Hispanic population in southwest Kansas. If you look at the numbers for Dodge City, Garden City, and Liberal, Kansas, it's about 47% Hispanic. This raises it, I believe, 8 or 9%, and brings the Hispanic population in this district up to 21%.
Thank you. Members, there is a copy of the map by the clerks. The chair will stand at ease rather than have the clerk read the bill. There is no objection to the reading, waiving of the reading of the amendment. Representative Prost, you may further explain your bill.
Well, like I said, I'm focused more on Southwest Kansas. Basically, we've made the second district pretty compact, and I think it falls largely within the lines that already existed. We've kept the metro area together, as has been requested by testimony from many, many people. Where we've really been creative, I mean, I'll admit Ad Astra's pretty creative too, but I didn't want you to be the only ones to do that. District 4, instead of staying contained in central Kansas, loops out to western Kansas and pulls in some of those rural communities, Ford County, Finney County, Meade County. And I thought it would be interesting to look at a map that elevated the issue of Hispanic representation in the state. We have a growing population out here. I don't know if any of you heard some of the testimony from a few years ago, but these counties out here without immigration would have seen population declines. So I thought it would be interesting to look at a map that considered that area of the state, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be a no, yeah, sure would. You know, it doesn't matter whether a Republican or a Democrat offers a bad map. Doesn't matter whether they're the leader, the assistant leader, or the water boy. It's a bad map. It's a bad map for somebody who lives in Liberal, too, because it pours 500,000 votes, roughly, from Sedgwick County into a predominantly rural district. And not only would this potentially be bad for the incumbent in the first district, he may be up far enough north that he'd avoid the knife on this one, but it really doesn't make any sense to put Elkhart and Wichita in the same district and think there's some community of interest. I can't see it anywhere, but appreciate the effort, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative, for the brief statement. Chair now recognizes Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I rarely find myself voting exactly like the prior speaker, but in this case, I oppose this map. We've got a long history of being in the big first. We've got lots of shared interest with those in Northwest and the agricultural counties in central Kansas. I don't think this does anything for us, and I agree with the previous speaker. I'm opposed to it.
Thank you, Representative. Chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, I'm going to ask you to also oppose this. In my recollection, I don't know the last time the 4th District ever stretched out west. As much as I love my friend from Liberal, him and I have absolutely nothing in common as far as communities of interest. We make airplanes in Wichita, and they make wheat or ag in western Kansas. So, again, I'll ask you to oppose this. But thank you to my friend from Hutch for bringing this great idea to us.
Thank you, Representative. The chair now recognizes Representative Esau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I applaud the maker of this motion for the creativity that is here, it is definitely unique for many of these folks to be in the same district. There's some counties, no, I just can't. But for those who haven't seen the map, it splits Johnson County again. So even if it met all my other criteria, I'm afraid I have to be a no on this one as well.
Thank you. Anyone else wishes to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Hoheisel, sorry. Representative Probst, you may close on your amendment.
All right. I'm glad I could provide you all with a little comic relief here towards the end of the day, I hope. I want to be clear. I introduced this map largely to make a point. Several points. We can draw a map any way we want. And we can use any dynamic in drawing that map, but we never defined it. I look at the Ad Astra map, I see that in District 1, it reduces the African American population by 0.4%. District 2 goes up by 4%. District 3 goes down by 3.2%. And District 4 is pretty flat. And the Hispanic vote goes down 1.6% in District 1, up 5.6% in District 2, down 4% in District 3, and is flat in District 4. When we look at Prairie Dog, it's pretty flat. The African American vote goes down in District 1 by 0.1%. It's flat in District 2. It goes up by 0.5% in District 3 and up by 0.1 in District 4. The Hispanic vote goes down by 9.6% in District 1, up by 1% in District 2, down by 0.5% in District 3, and up by 8.1% in District 4, bringing the total Hispanic population to 21.6%. More representative of an area that has 47% Hispanics. I'm not saying that the Prairie Dog map is what we should do. What I am saying is that we did not define any of these variables in committee. We did not talk at all about how we were going to make this decision. And more importantly, we did not define what diluting voting strength means. And perhaps most importantly, we didn't ask the affected populations what that meant to them and how they defined it. So we failed on that front. And we haven't proven the rule that we would not have the purpose or effect of diluting minority voting strength because we didn't ask. There's another issue that I want to talk about regarding another rule in our committee. It's the rule on compactness. It says we will draw the districts as compact as possible and contiguous. I brought this up in committee. We've had 10 maps between the House and the Senate that have been introduced. There's a scale that's in the technical information on each of these maps. It's like the REOC scale. 0 to 1, 1 being the most compact. So a number closer to 1 is more compact. This is in our rules. The Blue Stem map is 0.52, Buffalo is 0.51, Prairie Dog's 0.45, Meadowlark 5 is 0.45, United is 0.44, Sunflower 3 is 0.43, Mushroom Rock is 0.39, Ad Astra is 0.39, Meadowlark is 0.38. We have chosen the second least compact map of all the options available to us. That's in our rules. It was mentioned earlier that we should be okay with Ad Astra 2. We should accept it because we followed the process. I would argue that we didn't follow our own process. We didn't follow our own rules. We've heard a lot about math and the importance of math. This is just a math problem we're trying to solve. That's true. It is a math problem. But there's a lot of missing information that we need to do this, to solve this equation. And we didn't define any of the variables that we were going to consider. We just put a map out, let some other people put maps out, and then in 5 days, I'll look through my notes. I think this was introduced on the 20th, and according to the website, and today is the 25th. So that, I know there were hearings, I know all of that, but the maps and the discussion and how we were going to make this decision, that wasn't part of the conversation. I think it's important. This is a political process. We can all acknowledge that. But we wrote rules for ourselves, then we didn't follow them, and we didn't define them, and we actively violated them. And I'm going to tell you, when you look out in the world and you say, it's fallen apart, people don't have any sense of values or morals or fairness, it starts right here. It starts in this building. What we do, the tone we set, the way we use or abuse our power tells the public that it's okay, that not only is it okay, it's expected, and a win-all-cost mentality is what you do. We reap what we sow.
You have heard the motion of Representative Prost to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. An opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes do have it. We are back on the bill. Representative Clayton. And if Representative Esau would turn her light off, she still has to speak to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I do appreciate that, Mr. Chair. And actually, the representative might want to turn her light back on because I know you guys are going to be happy. I think that this might be the last amendment that my site is going to run, although you never know how things go on redistricting day. I really want to thank everyone for taking the time to look at this and for having a very robust and inspiring debate. But I do have to say that Ad Astra 2, it kind of makes me sad. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. And I think part of the reason why I'm disappointed is that I look at this, and first of all, we are running a Senate bill. It was asked in committee who wrote this map or who drew this map, and it looks kind of Senate-y to me. And it looks like something that would come from the east side of the building. And they tend to be up to a little bit more shenanigans, don't they? Because they don't really like to do the business of the people. They don't have to. They are not on the ballot this year. We are. We have to be the adults in the room, and we usually are, which is why we're better, right? And so I'm going to give you all an opportunity to do this because I don't know about all of you, but I am so tired of having to assume the Senate position night after night after night. And I'd like to try a new position. I'd like to try the House position. I have an amendment.
The amendment looks long. Do you wish to explain your amendment?
Oh, yes, I totally will. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so my amendment is a bill that was introduced in the redistricting committee. It's a bill, I did not draw it. A representative from Shawnee drew it, but boy, I sure do like it because the name of the bill is Mushroom Rock. It's been said that redistricting maps are popping up like mushrooms, so how fitting that we have the last one with that name.
Representative, there'll be maps here at the clerk's office.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and hang back for a bit. Shall I explain some of the things that it does,
Just go right
Mr.
ahead.
Chair?
Go right ahead.
Oh my God, I'm so happy to do that. All right. So some of you might have noticed that I wasn't being, I was being a good little Johnson County girl today. I was voting consistently for maps that keep Johnson County together. I grew up in Johnson County. I'm a fifth generation Johnson County gal. Most of my family actually came from the portion of Johnson County that the representative from Gardner comes from. I understand how important Johnson County is to the economic interest of the Kansas City area. Something else to like about this? It includes the Kansas City area altogether, with the exception of the western portion of Wyandotte. So my friends in Wyandotte County, you might not want to support this, and no hard feelings on my part. But I wanted to present a map, especially because so many of my colleagues have gotten up here and consistently said, I can't support this, it divides Johnson County. Oh my gosh, can't support that, it divides Johnson County. Same, totally same, actually. So one of the things that this map does that is different from the Senate position is that it keeps Johnson County together and it keeps the Kansas City area together, and it does not dilute the economic power of Johnson County into rural areas. Now, I love my rural Kansas friends, and in fact, I think that it's important that we look at the depopulating of rural Kansas and understand that this depopulation is not occurring because people from rural Kansas are being raptured away to other states or abducted by aliens, but they are in fact moving to our more populous areas. Part of the reason why I at least try to be nice to my friends in rural Kansas is that most of my constituents in Johnson County grew up in rural Kansas and moved to Johnson County for a number of reasons. They moved for good health care, either for them or for their children or for older relatives to be closer to them as they sought cancer care at some of our NCI designated cancer facilities. They moved for jobs because, hey, who doesn't like jobs? They moved for good internet, and they moved for cool stuff. We have a lot of fun things going on. They moved to be close to the Kansas City area. How many of you watched that crazy Chiefs game the other night? And you know what? I was really excited as it came through, but you want to know the thing that made me the most excited was that when we got our win, think of all of the money that is going to be spent in Johnson and Wyandotte County. That's money that is coming in to what the 3rd District should be looking like if you support this map, which I know you will, especially if you're in the Johnson County delegation. So with that, I'll go ahead and stand for questions, but gosh, I'm just so excited to be considered, and I'm excited to stand up for my home county. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Is there no objection to the waiving of the? There is an objection. We'll stand at ease.
You should definitely. Oh, yeah. Just a scotch.
The objection has been raised. There'll be no reading. Representative Clayton, you still have the floor. Representative Clayton, you still have the floor.
Thank you. I did yield for questions, but honestly, who could even question something as amazing as this that keeps the economic engine of Kansas City together, keeps Johnson County together, which I know many of my Johnson County delegation friends on both sides of the aisle support. I'll add that our chambers of commerce have emphatically spoken in favor of Johnson County being together. But I'm willing to hazard a guess that our chambers of commerce would not be really into, say, a congressman from Franklin or Anderson, with no offense intended to those who reside in those areas. This is very appropriate, and I'll go ahead and stand for questions.
Thank you. As to Representative Miller to speak to the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say that I recorded the game Sunday night. I have not had a chance to see it, so thanks for ruining it. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I rise on a point of order. Do Mason's rules or the rules of the House cover the issue of plagiarism?
Very good question. I'll take it under advisement. I'll do a written report within 30 days. Do you wish to proceed?
And I know you're familiar in your past history with the criminal code of Kansas. Does the criminal code, specifically the statute relating to theft, apply to the House floor?
I think it does, as long as you go down and make a formal report.
All right, I'll get on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up would be Representative Esau. Is she here? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience as I wandered up here. If the maker of this motion would be willing, I have a couple of questions.
Indeed.
So this one meets a couple of my criteria. Johnson County is intact. One of those, though, is the deviation is off by 1 between the 1st and the 2nd district. And I'm curious, was there really no census block anywhere where we could get it to 0?
Not that I can think of, no. I was mostly just thinking of Johnson County as you have been.
I could understand that, having drawn some of these. Another curiosity, and I was trying to read really fast, which is what took me so long to get down here. Is some of Miami in the 3rd district in this one?
Nope, not that I can see.
Okay, so it's just the way it looks on the map, and it's not there. And that is all of my questions at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have not had a chance to look at this map more thoroughly. It got introduced in committee yesterday, but we didn't get all the details on it. So I honestly don't know how I'm going to vote on this map because I hadn't had a chance to really look at it thoroughly, but it does keep Johnson County intact. So if for any reason you've been following me because Johnson County was divided, Johnson County is not divided into this one. However, there is a county down to the south that might be interested in the fact that they are divided. And I'm not sure if that's new or if that's historic. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really disappointed in the continued efforts to divide Wyandotte County. This map is no better than the first one. It divides my county east-west versus north-south. There is already in Wyandotte County a very strong east-west divide that our county deals with every day. Wyandotte County is the smallest county geographically in our state. Practically the entire county is part of the metropolitan area. The growth that we have out west, the Legends and the Speedway, they would be placed in a different district than the eastern part of the county. This would just further divide our county, not only geographically, but many of the different ethnic groups that exist. I'm against this map. I'm strongly against this map, as I was the first one. I think there are ways to keep Wyandotte County intact. I think there are areas that if we did not keep Wyandotte County intact, that would be more of a rural nature that could go to a different district. But there seems to be not an attempt to do that. So if we can't keep the KC Metro an area, if we can't draw a map that keeps the heart of the KC Metro, which is a community of interest, which should be represented by the same congressional person, so that they can advocate for the KC Metro area, which is an economic engine for our state, it benefits all of us, then I would ask that we try to keep the smallest geographic county, the most diverse county, the one that was at one time a drain on this state, that we required a lot of state assistance, but we pulled ourselves up by our bootstraps. And we are now contributing significantly to our state's economy. So I would ask that you consider that, and I would ask that you try to approve a map that takes that into consideration and keeps Wyandotte County intact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Croft.
Again, I thank the representatives for bringing this map forward, but it is in committee. It has not had its hearing yet, and based off, like you just heard, some of the other comments, I consider this an unfriendly amendment at this time.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wants to speak to the amendment, Representative Clayton, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, friends, for taking the time to hear this. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity. One thing I do want to reemphasize is that this map was introduced on Friday. Today is Tuesday. It has given the committee members plenty of time for perusal. And so I urge you to peruse further when you consider voting for this amazing, compact, appropriate map that allows for the continued prosperity of the Kansas City area, which we all know and love. I'll never stop selling because I'm from Johnson County and that's what I do. Now, one of the things that when I tweeted this map out and my support of it on Friday, we've heard a lot about how the opposition to the Ad Astra map comes from the left. I guess that means that I'm in the left. I've always considered myself a little bit of left of center, but I will tell you that I got it a little bit from the left for supporting this as well, precisely for reasons that the previous speaker listed. So if any of you have concerns that you might, if you support a map from a gal like me, that you might be voting with the left, I will tell you that they are most assuredly displeased with me. And so let's go ahead. I would like to move my amendment. I would like to ask for division and ask my leader to support a roll call vote. And thank you so much for your consideration and your support.
Thank you, Representative. You have heard the motion of Representative Clayton to amend. She has also requested a roll call vote. Do I see 15 hands? I do see 15 hands. This roll call is in order. The clerk will open the rolls. You may cast your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the rolls. Does any member wish to change their vote? If so, please stand. Seeing no changes of vote, the yeas are 19, the nays are 92. Motion to amend has failed. We are back on the bill. You still have the floor, Representative.
Oh, hey guys, thank you for that. I think that there might be one thing that we could all understand that we're probably still very united in, and that is your extreme dislike for Johnson County, even a self-hatred among those who reside there. Funny how you all don't seem to like us, but you sure do like our money. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about process and about transparency, because I think that we have heard throughout this process, having been privileged enough to be a member of the redistricting committee, that we are in a time of unprecedented transparency. The most transparent of the transparent has occurred. And so yet, here we are going through this process where I do feel that we are following some things where we're saying that it's transparent, and yet it seems to be otherwise. So I have noticed when we had our unprecedented transparency in our redistricting tour that happened in August, what happened was that this tour took place at a time just before the census results came up. And so for most of the time, the testimony was speaking on behalf of people who wanted Johnson and Wyandotte County together, with the understanding, of course, that they thought that we had the numbers where it could all be included. Now, you might notice that by the time we had those final hearings, oh gosh, all of a sudden the census numbers came out when we had the hearing in Johnson County. We've heard of the people who are speaking against this bill and against this process as using leftist talking points. But Johnson County is not necessarily made up of people from the far left, as our equally divided delegation strongly indicates. When we had this process, some people had the opportunity to deliver testimony and deliver it for several minutes at a time. By the time we made it to Johnson County, we had one hearing that was held in the middle of the afternoon on the first day of school with a grumpy senator. And, granted, it was probably his nap time, so that could be forgiven, but who was angrily cutting people off. An offensive prayer was given by someone who gave a heavily denominational prayer in Johnson County, which happens to have a very large Jewish community. And trust me, my phone blew up with constituents on that one, because what that prayer said is, you are not welcome. We will not listen to you. Religious communities of interest do matter. And in that process, I do feel like there was a certain attitude that was expressed that we won't listen and that we don't care. As we moved forward, what is interesting is that now that that testimony had been put in place, people said, oh, well, gosh, it's not going to work. We can't have Johnson and Wyandotte County together. And this sort of follows that same 24-hour rule, which, by the way, we have followed not because it has any logic to it, but because it was put in place years prior, before I even entered the legislature, that essentially said that 24 hours in advance, all testimony had to be turned in. Well, guess what? This gives the chair or the majority party an opportunity to review the material and then form strategy to cut it down. And first of all, that's not a fair fight. That's weak. You guys are better than that. Come on, man. But also, it lacks transparency. It lacks an appropriateness that we owe to the people that we represent. We've talked about whether certain incumbents in Congress can or cannot win the congressional districts that are outlined in this map. And honestly, I don't even care if it's a Democrat or Republican, but what I do care about is if this is properly represented and that urban areas are not broken up and that other communities of interest are not broken up. My voting record does reflect that. As we move forward here, remember this: just because you say something is transparent does not make it so. And I have found the transparency in this process to be about as fake as my eyelashes, guys. I don't think that you should support this bill. I think that it is a poor reflection on all of us. And I think that we know better, and I think that we can do better. I urge you to vote against the Ad Astra map and stop assuming the Senate position.
Thank you, Representative. Is there further discussion? Representative Burrows. Third time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wow. Well, I'm bringing my ox back up here for sacrifice. You guys have been goring the hell out of it today. So I will just state this, if I may. We are a small delegation from Wyandotte County. We contribute tremendously to the economy in eastern Kansas. And I commend each and every one of you that got up and spoke for your communities, because that's what you are here to do. Just as I and just as others. But no one community is more important than the other in this state. If we're not collectively working together for the betterment of this state and for the betterment of the people of Kansas, all people, not those people, not my people, not our people. I mean, not your people, it's our people. We are all in this collectively together. We talked about gerrymandering, and it was made a comment earlier that, and it was from my friend from Johnson County, that made the comment that it's not possible to draw a map that includes Johnson and Wyandotte County. Well, knowing the numbers, I would say it's most likely improbable that that would happen. But I do value the relationships that my community has garnered in this legislative body and the personal relationships I've developed with everyone. But we see the influx of population to the metropolitan areas. So if this is a precursor to all of a sudden start racially gerrymandering maps to silence a minority vote or to dilute it by putting it into areas that have very little minority population, then we have failed. And as I stated, most of you sat in your chair and listened until it was your ox that was getting gored. And when your ox got gored, the passion came out. And I respect that and I appreciate it. But in our community, in the Northeast End, we value that diversity. We want to hang on to that diversity. It makes us, we feel, a much better people in how we deal with one another. And I respect that. This map denies the people that have put their time and energy all across this state to be heard. It denies the transparency that was promised. Remember, it had a condensed timeline, no maps, no data, 2 to 5 minutes conferee. But I would just state that we've had 2 maps that were presented that valued the relationship of Wyandotte County and Johnson County, and I want to thank my colleagues for bringing them forward, because it's important that we continue to collectively support one another, even when it's hard. Even when it's hard. And I want to thank you for the time you've given me today and allowed me to advocate for a proud community. A community that's 169,000 people that some in this room want to disenfranchise by 50%. And unfortunately, for my community, you're denying a diverse community an opportunity to have a voice and select their congressperson, not the one that you propose they should have. So I would advise the body and my friends that believe this map is inappropriate to vote no, as I will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, body.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone further would like to discuss the bill? Seeing none, Representative Croft, you may close.
Yes, Mr. Leader. I recognize it's long in the day, and I did cut my 40-page closing down to 1, even though it should be 1 word. Listen, I just wanted to close out with this. As mentioned earlier by the representative from Douglas County, this is a math problem. We've talked about this before. This is a math problem with a lot of emotion, and we've seen a lot of that on display, and I understand. I believe this map was born out of some hard choices. I believe this map was based off some right decisions with population shifts and the Supreme Court decision that drives zero deviation. Our mission was to draw 4 congressional districts perfectly equal in population. This map is a solution that meets all the guidelines. It is based on feedback from a year-long process of attending meetings, listening tours, individual town halls, and many other engagements. And I know all of you guys were doing that, and I thank you. I want to thank the committee for its engagement and being completely involved in the process. That was very rewarding. I want to thank the public. We received over 650. In fact, we had another set coming in, and we'll keep collecting the data and we'll keep sharing it. I do want to thank real quick research and the revisers for all you do. Thank you. And then I want to thank specifically my ranking member from Kansas City for his teamwork, his civility, and the ability and the willingness to talk through any issues. Thank you. And then finally, my vice chair, representative from Dodge City, for being the steady hand and providing me a lot of insights through this process. With that, Mr. Chair, I close. Yeah, I think I need to say,
I'm waiting.
I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports substitute for Senate Bill 355 favorably for passage.
Thank you. You have heard the motion by Representative Croft to report Senate Bill 355 favorably. For all of those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Chair recognizes the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion from the Majority Leader to rise and report. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passed.
Clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole recommends substitute for Senate Bill 355 be passed.
Speaker recognizes Representative Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The committee report is adopted. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Committee on Redistricting recommends House Bill 2522 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as substitute for House Bill number 2522 as follows. An act concerning reapportionment relating to congressional districts, providing for the reapportionment thereof, and the substitute bill be passed. Committee on Calendar and Printing recommends on requests for resolutions and certificates that requests by Representatives French, Clifford, Victors, Helmer, Woodard, Lynn, Victors, Haswood be approved, and the Chief Clerk of the House be directed to order the printing of said certificates and the drafting of said resolutions.
Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to adopt the calendar and printing report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the calendar and printing report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Is there any objection to returning to that order of business, introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions? Seeing no objection, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2542 by Representative Samsel, Bergkamp, and others. An act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to sports officials, creating the crime of abuse of a sports official and providing penalties therefor. House Bill number 2543 by the Committee on Children and Seniors, an act concerning seniors relating to the Kansas Senior Care Act, expanding eligibility requirements for Kansas Senior Care Act services to include Kansas residents younger than 60 years of age with a younger onset Alzheimer's disease. House Bill number 2544 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning health and health care relating to dietetics practice and dietitians, the Dietitian Licensing Act, excluding persons credentialed in nutrition who are providing related advice from the application thereof. House Bill number 2545 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning insurance relating to dental benefits, defining non-covered services under the health insurance plans. House Bill number 2546 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning insurance relating to dental benefits, requiring health benefit plans to provide certain information to patients and designated dentists and to accept certain claims, prohibiting plans from reducing or deducting amounts for payments. House Bill number 2547 by the Committee on Insurance and Pensions, an act concerning insurance relating to the Captive Insurance Act, authorizing technology-enabled fiduciary financial institution insurance companies, providing for the certificate of authority, requirements, and operations thereof. House Bill number 2548 by the Joint Committee on Information Technology, an act concerning information technology relating to information technology projects and reporting requirements, information technology security training and cybersecurity reports requiring certain information to be provided to the Joint Committee on Information Technology. House Bill number 2549 by Representative Helgerson, an act concerning zoning and planning relating to the regulation of group homes in an area zoned for single-family dwellings, authorizing regulations to establish a minimum distance between such group homes. House Bill number 2550 by the Committee on K-12 Education Budget, an act concerning education, creating the Student Empowerment Act, authorizing the establishment of an education saving account for certain students to attend private schools of their choice. House Bill number 2551 by the Committee on K-12 Education Budget, an act concerning education relating to remote learning, prohibiting the State Department of Education from enforcing remote learning limitations and discontinuing such limitations. House Bill number 2552 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning health and health care relating to telemedicine, defining in-state and interstate practitioners under the Kansas Telemedicine Act, requiring certain insurance coverage of in-state telemedicine services. House Bill number 2553 by the Committee on K-12 Education Budget and Act concerning education related to school attendance, allowing students to transfer and attend school in any school district in the state, requiring school districts to set transfer capacity and adopt certain transfer policies. House Bill number 2554 by the Committee on Financial Institutions and Rural Development, an act concerning financial institutions relating to the Technology-Enabled Fiduciary Financial Institutions Act pertaining to the pilot program, converting the conditional charter to a full fiduciary financial institution charter. House Bill number 2555 by Representative Proctor, an act concerning elections relating to voter registration, requiring a county election officer to send a confirmation notice if there is no election-related activity for any 4-calendar year period.
Are there announcements? Representative Hubert.
Education Committee, we have some people down in the committee room that were here to testify from out of state. If you could just quickly come down to our normal committee meeting, we'll finish up tomorrow, but I just wanted to give anybody that couldn't be here tomorrow, that was here today, to give their testimony. So we're going to meet over there as soon as immediately.
Are there further announcements? Representative Long.
Commerce Committee, today's program that was canceled will be given tomorrow in Commerce. Thank you.
Representative Corbett. A reminder, members, if you wish to make an announcement, please use your Speak to Bill button.
Ag and Natural Resources will not be meeting today. We'll be meeting tomorrow.
Further announcements. Representative Ken Collins will replace Representative Michael Hauser on the House Committee on Federal and State Affairs, and Representative Clark Sanders will replace Representative Samantha Potter on the House Committee on Federal and State Affairs for tomorrow, January 26th. These appointments expire at the end of that day. Representative Prahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, transportation today is canceled, but we will meet tomorrow at 1:30. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's going to be a legislative Bible study tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. in room 142 South. Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Wednesday, January 26th at 11 a.m.
Body, you've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House is adjourned.